Welcome to the monthly Crazyhouse Arena. This is June 2022, and who is playing tonight? At the moment, David and Banana Joe are the highest rated players, I think. But I expect some really strong players to join us shortly. This is a very popular event. And which game should we... Oh, there's Crazy 8. Yeah, he promised he'd be here. And also he promised to berserk a lot. So I'll see to that he keeps his promise. What are we watching? Why not watch David against Banana Joe? They have played a lot. Banana Joe choosing a modest center with a light squared bishop outside the pawn chain. So he developed the bishop early to make sure it doesn't get stuck behind the pawns. And also this trade here weakens the dark squares, so maybe he'll be able to push the e-pawn eventually. For instance now. Okay. So a lot of trades, and you have to be careful in these positions because a queen trade might happen. And if you castle, it's usually easier to find a quick mating attack. But White has some strong resources here of his own, and he's attacking g7. And this prevents black from ever castling kingside. So this is all about the d5 square, I suppose. You need to plug something here on the d5 square. Just watch out for the smothered mate. All black needs is a knight here and a heavy. And you have queen g1 followed by knight takes f2 mate. So it seems White is better coordinated here. If it's White's move, he can take on e7 probably. Although maybe knight h4, h3 first and then take on d1. Not so easy for black here. And White has a lot of natural moves he can make. Certainly taking the queen and then taking on g8 is a very natural way to handle this. So maybe it's better to just chop off that knight on d5. That was really annoying. But where do you find a heavy piece here as White? It's certainly not easy. And White has some great squares here for his knight. Also he has some interesting possibilities. Maybe checking on the 8th rank, followed by a bishop check here. Now maybe bishop f5. So this is looking like mate bishop f7 here. If the king goes here, you have rook e8, and then you can recapture with check on d1. Very important. Queen e7 is mate. But where is the mate now? Oh, it's on f5. Okay, so a convincing win there by Duvid. Let's go back to the tournament. Crazy8 is playing Blitzer 88. So let's watch that game. Seems like Crazy8 is among those who favor the kingside fianchetto, which is immensely popular. White putting some pressure here on the light squares, actually. So take here and then take g6. This looks promising for white, I would say. Black king is very naked here. Also, the white queen might join. In fact, queen h5, some diagonal on g7 followed by pawn h7, and knight f7 is already looking deadly. Is anyone watching? Yay! Welcome. Welcome to my little 4-hour stream. Hi there, okay? Good to see you. And Crazy8 didn't berserk in this game, so maybe karma is a bitch for him. He should have berserked, of course. So I don't know if he has some ideas about f3 here and so forth. Hi there, Crazyhouse fan and PKR 5025. So notice that this pawn is hanging as well. Yeah, why not just take it? Even though the bishop on e5 isn't necessarily hanging because of a knight fork here. But you could take and put a pawn on g6 maybe. So this picks up the bishop with check. And it looks like mate here. Yeah, pawn here, knight here. And mate in the next move. Mate in 3. Because the knight is pinned. So, yeah, very nice game there by Blitzer. Something clearly went wrong in the opening for Crazy8. Let's go back to the tournament where Vegakov is in the lead, playing some 1100 rated player. Let's not watch this. So who else is participating? Mr. Tanaka, GD Howard 88. Who is David playing? So this is some new player. Very unusual opening here. Playing, developing the C pawn early is at best just provocative, but oh, there's a piece hanging here. And worst case, it's very weakening and potentially very dangerous. This is just over. White won a piece, and he's crashing through already. I'm picking up the knight here for h6. And that was very unnecessary. Simply taking here, knight h6, mate. Hi there, CR7 Fanatics 7. Who else is watching? Hi there, everybody. So, take. Oh, no, you could use your own knight. That's the purpose of, I suppose. Well, black could have played h6 or something at least. Let's go back, see if we have any. This is the top board. Begakov in the lead with 11 points, having berserked the first. Nice little tactical trick there by Crazy8. So putting a pawn like this is usually a bad sign. If you can provoke your opponent to make one of these passive pawn drops, it's usually good. Well, black just puts a lot of pressure here. And this is a nice little tactical trick. Picking up 2 pawns. Well, white got one back, but then black got the potentially very dangerous rook in the corner here. And black is trying to just hammer his way here on the first rank, attacking all over the board. Ooh, giving up the queen here. But regaining a rook and a promoted queen in the corner, and e1 is hanging as well. This is over. Nice attack there by black, who has everything under control with this knight check, covering important squares. So black can simply just, I don't know, take on g2. It doesn't have to calculate all the way to a mate, but I think he just did maybe. Yeah, pawn here and take on e1. That's mate. So that means Vegakov is still in the lead, but he lost some momentum. Spicy knuckles. Let's see if David will get a taste of his knuckles here. Looks like black is in great shape here. And now you can take on g3. A nice little in-between move. and then pick up the piece here on e3. So that netted black some material, and also it weakened black king seriously. There are moves like bishop e3, knight e2 looks very tempting now. Knight e2 and take on f4. So now maybe bishop f2 in the next move, trying to pick up the g3 pawn. Oh, is Yasser here? Oh, he's in the tournament. Yeah, all right. Nice. We'll take a look at Yasser's games, obviously. So this is a typical tactical trick. You just remove the cover for the king. And now maybe rook h5, take the bishop. That is a strong piece here on e5. But then the white defense just collapses. So rook h5, take e5, and then just hammer your way forward on the black squares. That's the easiest way now to say. Well, taking on g3 looks very tempting now. Also knight to f5 maybe, but this covers f4. Okay. David won. And did you say Yasser is playing? Yes, he is. Let's watch him. This is a long game. No clear way to break through here for black. What's the material? Well, black seems to be doing fine with the initiative, and a lot of pawns for the piece he's given up. And usually when you have a pin like this, you want to add more pins. Maybe a bishop here on e5, pinning this pawn, threatening to take on h4. And if you put something here as white, black can just take it, and then the bishop will be hanging. So black just can take on h4. That's a free piece. And probably bishop h3, and then just take g3 with the bishop. And white king is completely naked. So this move is closing the e3 exit for black. And black defends his queen with counter threats. So this should be a very forced mate here. This knight can take on b2, and the white king is trapped and mate. All right, Yasser Seiravan in the tournament. in the lead we have Crazy 8, who is playing Banana Joe. Let's see how this goes. We can do a quick recap here. So this time he didn't go for the fianchetto setup, but White is leaving a piece en prise here in the opening. And I can't say he gets that much for it. Black could have maybe taken on c3, although you might want to keep the bishop to cover the dark squares at some point. But taking c3 and then putting a knight on e4 is a very tempting idea. What's this? Looks like you just take here, yeah. And White quite doesn't have the right pieces to take advantage of the weakened light squares here. Black will simply take on e5 at some point. And then just start repairing the dark squares. Okay, so that makes sense. But what about pawn takes here? Because let's say knight f6, rook takes, queen trade, rook trades, and you take here. Then you get killed by knight h3. And this is something that obviously Crazy 8 has seen. That the queen trade favors black. So White misses this idea completely. The idea is, okay. So now you have rook g7 defending. But you don't need to trade queens. You can take f6 if you like. Seems like a very solid option for black, who just needs to put his pieces on the board to get an overwhelming attack. So my guess is queen takes f6. He is thinking a lot here, Crazy 8, but we are live. And he couldn't find a killer move there. So he goes for this. I suppose you need to put the pawn here on g5. Is that the move? Or g4 maybe, yeah. Because otherwise, pawn g7, you might have pawn g5, and then matters are not so clear. Maybe rook f8, so you have bishop f2 check if white takes on g4. This adds some control to the dark squares and also plugs a piece here on the g file. So I think the idea was to rook takes, queen takes, and knight e4 check. But white does have some momentum here. Not so easy to play black at all. And black decides to give up his queen. But is this a wise decision? I'm not so sure, because white has some great defensive potential here. So simply pawn here, pawn g5. Looking good for white all of a sudden. And black can simply not touch. Yep, pawn here. Mate in a couple of moves. Okay, what happened there? Crazy8 was doing fine. Yeah, look at this. And queen takes f6 was indeed the best move. Pawn at g5 was what I suggested. Maybe this is a bit too loose. No, it should be equal. Bishop at h4 looks better, and my suggestion was rook f8. Looking good as well. And the idea was, yeah, you can simply take on f1 here. It's a forced mate. But somehow, after this, it's not so clear anymore. And now it's equal. Best move was simply to take on f4. Wow, that's a gutsy move. And now white is simply better. Okay. We have an exciting tournament ahead of us, and G.D. Howard is in the lead with 24 points. He joined a bit later. And we can't miss David against Yasser. Let's watch the opening. Yasser is playing the French. He likes these solid positions. He's going for the d4 pawn here. I don't know if this is some sort of theory. The point with this check is if black interposes, the knight on d4 will be hanging. And you don't really want to go in this direction because of bishop takes f8. So I guess leaving the knight on d4 was the only option. I would be tempted to look at knight e5 because of this pin. Where does the queen go then? Probably back. So instead white attacks e6, which isn't so easy to defend actually. And let's say black puts his knight on d8, then maybe knight e5 is a very strong move, because where does the queen go? Queen e8, you have pawn f7 probably. So they drew. No, David, you coward. So apparently snatching the pawn is dangerous for black. And this is close to winning. Why on earth would you want a draw here as white? What does black even play? Knight at b5. Okay. Boo! Not to Yasser. Of course he should accept a draw there. He had a miserable position. David bragging about his prep. But you can brag when you win games. Let's see what GD Howard 88 is doing. So somehow the king ended up on c1. And it looks like it's doing fine there. Just watch out for pawns landing. G2 and f2. This looks good. Controlling f2 and g1. Also, knight takes d6 might come. And that just looked like black gave away a pawn for nothing. So great coordination here by white, who can start putting pieces on the board with tempo. The queen is controlling a lot of important squares. Maybe it's unnecessary to allow this move, but and that's a nice knight. Pawn here, and it's actually black who's about to win this game. If he doesn't mess up. No, he didn't. So, some new player, VVTB. Never heard of him. And it's a close race here at the top. Crazy8 has lost a couple of games. And let's watch him against Nihilista. That sounds sweet. I was about to say Swedish, but could be from Finland. It's a Swedish word anyway. So clearly Nihilista knows what he's doing here. It's a bit cramped, but looks like he has great defensive resources. And I don't think he's a new player at all. So what do you do here? Do you maybe take on g7 anyway? And then just start putting pawns on the dark squares? Because the black forces are quite cramped. Jag håller på och sänder. Stänger du dörren är du snäll?
Okay.
So a lot of weaknesses here on the dark squares. Threatening mate here with a knight. If white can get his hands on a knight, it's all over. Maybe rook b7 to attack c7. I think maybe white missed a chance there, not playing rook b7 at that point. Oh well, this could be enough. He has a... yeah, rook b7. He has a huge initiative here. Like, you need to start putting pieces on the board. Bishop e3 check. Bishop e3 check would have been excellent, because if the king goes there, white has to worry about rook g1 and knight f2 mate. Maybe even bishop e2 was winning for black there. And as you can see, Crazy8 has berserked, so no extra time for him. And I think black will win this. Just a few more checks. Maybe check here or check here. So, I'm very curious there. A few moves earlier here. Yeah, this is where I think rook b7 would have been an excellent move. Yeah, rook b7. Because then you have threats like bishop at d6 also. And it's difficult to defend the pawn on c7. But white played like this, and all of a sudden black got a very nice defensive position. And here, yeah, this is the move. Bishop e3 check. Because if the white king goes here, you can simply take on e7. Threatening check followed by mate. So let's go back to the tournament. At the top we see GD Howard 88, who's playing Mr. Tanaka. It's a very interesting position there. Let's go to it. Black king swimming around. And white needs to be careful here, because as soon as he stops checking, there's knight e2. Maybe the bishop can take on g2, but does he have enough? Because the king might go out on the board here. He can fend for himself. Looks like it's not enough. You do a little corner shuffle here, knight here, and you don't go to g2, you go to the corner, and then pawn here, take, knight goes back, king g1 again, and then all that has happened is that black lost a pawn, and so you do that until all the pawns are depleted. Black needs another knight or something. And the threats are just too strong here. White has bishop e8. And it's impossible to defend against, because white already has two pieces covering e8. And now you can play bishop e8, pawn f7, or you can simply just pick up the queen. So pawn here, take the queen, queen at e8, pawn f7, it's all forced. Or knight e7 for that matter, or queen takes f8. Okay, so it's hard to stay at the top here. David has joined them. That looks like a quick mate. How is Yasser doing? He's playing Vegakov. Let's see. Looks like this was a very critical position here. I would certainly consider knight f6 here, and then take on h6. Because now black got to mend the weakened dark squares. Okay, and this is just taking too long. Black can block it. Probably knight f4. Now black is in great shape. You might consider even taking on g5 and then taking g2 and go back. You have to remember that this isn't a rook, so f7 is actually a bit vulnerable here. Yeah, I'll probably just take here. And now what do you do? Now that you got the e5 square, you might consider taking here and checking on e5. Let's say bishop takes, you can take here, queen takes, knight e5, king goes to the corner and take here, and bishop f7 and take e6. I wonder if white can find a heavy piece here, because that pawn check followed by heavy on g8 would be mate. Thank you so much for joining me. We have a very interesting position here in the monthly Crazyhouse arena. Looks like Vegakov is doing okay here. If he can open the H file here, that's another option actually. I think you should take with the bishop probably. I would have wanted the H file open, because then there are stuff like pawn here and maybe a knight on g6 mate. But no open h5. So white is trying to flee this way instead. And that was a very clever maneuver here. Look at the bishops. Classic. So good at both defense and offense. And now black can just... okay, he can take here and take e3 and it's all over. Put the queen in the corner here and start smothering white. Queen's covering f7, nothing happening here. You could simply take d4 if you like. Or play pawn a3 maybe. He must have heard me. So take and then bishop a3. And it's impossible to defend against the mate. So Yasser is there at the top. He has a winning streak, and let's watch this game. Crazy 8 is very aggressive. But it does need something to open that open up the defense. You need a knight or a heavy. And at the same time you need to be a bit careful because white only needs one move, pawn a6, and then he's crashing through. So I guess c3. I don't quite see the idea here. If you take, do you take here then? Is that the idea? But black might consider even taking on f2 and then taking here maybe. Was that too crazy? We'll soon find out. Maybe pawn check on f3 first. Pawn f3 check. King moves. Take f2. Take on f5. So now the knight can go back. So this is very close to winning. Very close. So he's trying to find either a heavy piece or a knight. I guess you could pick up the knight then. Because if you take on b1, you're threatening knight h3 followed by pawn g2 mate. Can you maybe chase the knight? If you take here, you're threatening mate. You probably chase this knight as well. Very murky position. A little trick. White cannot take on h3 because of knight takes and pawn g2 mate. And maybe you just ignore it. Yeah, castle, queen g4. But this isn't mate. And white could have just gone this way if he liked to. That was a strange finish. So what's the best move here? Rook and then take h2. Yeah, of course. But this was good as well. No problems. And actually taking on h2 is a forced mate. That's cute. Yeah, it should have gone to e2, but simply king e2, and this ends all attempts of escaping. David at the top playing Zim Olan. Zim Olan down to his last 20 seconds or so. But his position isn't that great either, so this will be a win for David. Unless it makes some exceptionally bad moves here. Why didn't he just take on f6 and then take the knight on h5? So I didn't notice, but no one is getting any increment. They're playing 5-0. And David won on time. So Crazyhouse has taken a short break. And let's watch Yasser playing against Vegakov again. And I've done some commenting with Yasser, and I know he doesn't like this setup for black at all. This is very unusual, by the way, with a knight on b6. Not a great place to put that knight. This space advantage is so long term and so good for white. This just put the queen on g4, attack g7, the knight can go to h5. In case of rook here, there's the pin. So you might consider bishop h6 maybe, but this is a very safe option. You could follow up by moving your knight in this direction. This bishop will find its way out as soon as you moved all the... Okay, so now you can even trade here, if you like. g7 under attack. In case of g6, then you simply pick up the knight, and then you have knight at f6. So in case of queen takes, you have bishop e5, defending g7 with an x-ray. And it's mate in the corner if black takes, so he had better do something else. And white is super safe here. How do you finish this? There are plenty of ways. Now you can probably just take here if you like, but this is what's hanging, and now why not take e6? And then you can take d5. The bishop is back alive. The bishop also protects the rook on f7. And look at these bishops controlling the whole board. Yeah. Whoa. So this is made in a couple of moves. Yes, sir. On 30 points. PKNM has joined. Let's watch my fellow Swede play the Queen Eating Dragon. And the Queen Eating Dragon has actually won all their previous games, which I find a bit odd, but oh well. White has given up a queen here, but he has tremendous compensation. And black needs to give back material and probably take here on f1. So you couldn't go here because of the smothered mate. Yeah, he has a forced mate here. So the pawn takes, knight f6, queen g8 mate. Or h7. PKNM on a winning streak. So let's see. Yes, sir, playing PKR 5025. So white is doing so well here. Why not take h6 with check, take c2 with check, pawn here. And the knight is defending here, and now simply h4. So here white can do just about anything he likes to. He could take g6 maybe. Because taking g6 forces black to make a decision. White is threatening bishop g5 followed by a lot of diags here, mating black. And okay, he wants to take on g6 with check maybe. Or do like this. Okay. So resigns would be a good move here by black. So you have a lot of take with this, so you can take back with the queen. And white has enough diags here to mate black. Why he didn't take with the f-pawn, I don't quite understand, but it doesn't matter. So simply take the rook. Threatening bishop at f5, and now came the resign. And Yasser is in the lead actually. Let's watch PKNM. He's playing a bit passive in the opening here. Some sort of opening trick, winning a piece. But this is looking fine for black. All white got was a few checks, and now black is ready to retaliate with all his light pieces. Everything is covered, so you can even take on f3 here. Take, pawn d7, take with a knight, take back. So this was a more materialistic approach, but black has an excellent defense here. Probably go to d8, where you have slightly more space for your king. And then just start putting pieces on the board. And watch out, these two squares are taboo because of a knight fork on e2. Not so easy to find a square for the white queen at all. If you go to the corner, maybe pawn g4 does it. So finally he decides to give up the queen, but it doesn't help. Black can just keep on attacking f3. Yeah, white resigned. And PKNM is close to the top here. And he's playing Duvid. Okay, let's watch this game. Apparently Duvid had some prep for PKNM, which he revealed after his game against Yasser. So let's see if he can... But this isn't a prep at all. This is something else. So black is a bit cramped. F6 looks natural. Also bishop at G4 looked natural. Because I'm wondering if maybe white is the one who benefits from these trades. So do you push the G pawn maybe? Black quickly mends the king side, and now you can take and put another pawn on F6 maybe. Or you could start pinning this knight with the bishop, yeah. And putting the bishop here on H5 deprives white of the H5 square itself also. And now white just walked right into a nasty pin here. Black won a pawn and he's about to win a piece as well. Looks like the white position is just collapsing here. So maybe take on D5 first. Or maybe, yeah, maybe with this pawn opening up for the bishop. And this is just nothing for white. Actually, the one who's attacking is black because he's threatening knight H3. And I see no reason why not to. Okay, maybe pawn H3. This bishop move defended the F2 pawn, so black can just enjoy a very, very nice attacking position with tons and tons of extra material. Quite hopeless. And simply take and put the pawn on H3 and resigns. Okay. So actually PKNM has won all his games. And let's watch Yeltsin. Who's in the lead? He's just given up his queen. But he got a nice... He's got a nice attack going on here. He can simply take on C5 maybe. Get a pawn for E7. The black forces are really tied up. Great board control here for white. I would have liked to take on C5 first before I put the knight on C7 maybe. So this threatens the knight and also threatens to play bishop at C6. And here comes knight C7, and then you take the rook, and then you have rook F8. So you just take the rook and put another rook on f8, and then the knight approaches. Okay, threatening mate in the corner. And here you can just take and play bishop e5 with mate in a couple of moves. So simply taking g7 would be the easiest. So he didn't find the killer move and just picks up a pawn. But he has... Oh, and now you can take c6. Threatening knight f6 mate. The position is just hopeless for black. Okay. So... we have played for 2 hours and almost 20 minutes. 1 hour, sorry, and 20 minutes. And Yasser Seidman is in the lead. He hasn't won all his games. He has one draw. So what's this? Sour cherry cake. You could, no you cannot. Tricky position. Surely not a rook takes, but bishop takes. And you need to take with the king, so you might as well do it. And the problem now is queen h6, and then you can take on f8. And quickly play knight g8 and hope for a lazy move like queen takes f7, because then you can counterattack with knight h3 and it's actually black who wins. But this is an awful position for black. I wonder what the best continuation here is. That was a very strange move. So he gave up a rook for absolutely nothing, and black wins. Wow. Rook at g7 makes a lot of sense. I was wondering where to put the rook, but g7 is a very nice square. attacking g8 and protecting g2. So in case of a knight check on h3, you simply take. But this is just bad. Okay. So back to the tournament. We have Yasser Seiravan in the lead. He's playing Spicy Knuckles. PKNM. Let's watch this. Time scramble. White has the threat of knight at f7. Very strong threat. And Blitzer 88 just forgot about his clock or something. He lost on time anyway. So PKNM has won all his games. Yasser seems to win yet again. And if we're lucky, we get a game between PKNM and Yasser. They are both available and they should be playing each other, I think. Well, that's what I think. Yeah. So an early game that could decide the tournament, maybe. So notice that bishop g5 going back to f4. White has provoked f6, which is a slight concession. I'm not sure how big it is, though. But White has some very easy moves that he can play here. Just develop the rook. So e6 is a weakness here for black. Clearly this is something Yasser has played before. Great compensation. And this bishop is so strong, defending important pawns and also controlling some important squares. And all white needs now is a pawn for f7. And there's no rush. And now we have a bishop. You can put it on d7 and win back the pawn. Or maybe preferably take on c6. Pawn takes and bishop d7, pick up here, threaten the rook, threaten knight d7, check. Wow, quite a crowd watching tonight. And we have 2 more hours after this. And it looks like black got a bit desperate here. The idea is knight takes here, attacking the Important bishop in the corner. So no wonder white prefers to check here instead. And now you just take with the rook, I suppose. I would like to have the extra knight in hand. Rook takes and then bishop check, take on c6. But that's me. I'm not just a Sadaman by any means. Knight at d7 is a very strong threat. And you probably take with the bishop now, don't you? Because then you can continue to d5, clearing e6 for a knight. So taking on d5, threatening the rook in the corner and threatening knight at e6 check is probably a very strong idea. Also notice that a quick pawn at h6 could be very dangerous. You could just swarm him here with diags here, knight check, and it's mate. Also, maybe queen takes a8, queen takes, and rook f7 is a threat. Well, this is just hopeless. And trading queens is not a dangerous thing for white because the bishop covers h3, so there's no counterattack here for black. Threatening queen e8. And obviously can just take the queen. So many strong moves here for white. Maybe the simplest would be just to go back to h3, clearing d7 for a knight check. He tries to find some use for his extra queens here. He really wants to trade one queen for two rooks. So, Jesper Sederman at the top with 50 points. Let's see if he continues. We've played 1.5 hours. Mm-hmm. Who is playing? Not much action going on here at the top. Let's see how this goes. So it might look dangerous with these two pieces so close to the black king, but actually they're kind of sheltering him as well. You need to move them away, at least clear f7 for a knight. So maybe next move, queen takes c7. And maybe queen takes g7, because if the bishop takes, you have knight f7. Queen takes, king takes, pawn f6, and you need to take. And then knight d5. And indeed it looks like it's mate in a couple of moves. That would have been a cute finish. But black is dead anyway. So bishop f6, knight f7. Let's see if I calculated this correctly. I was thinking take here. Yeah, it's mate in 9. Pawn f6 was my plan. Yeah. So that would have been cute. Is Yasser playing again? He is. Let's see him against our Nigerian friend Zim Olan. So the idea is to take on e4 and then to take with the queen because of the pin here. Pawn a3 looks natural. And if you compare the pawn f3 with the pawn a3, clearly the pawn on a3 is much more aggressive. I'm not sure why I didn't play pawn a3. Now it looks like white can finish his development. Or is pawn h3 a problem? I was thinking maybe you can... You need to take on g2. And now what? So, two strong pawn moves, putting pressure on white. And if you need to go back to defend c3, clearly something has gone wrong. So this is a bad sign. Black has two extra pawns and probably some good way of making use of them. Simply defending the pawn on b2. And this is a long-term asset for white. So hard to find a good move for white here. Black is much better coordinated. He can continue with bishop a6 maybe. But this king maneuver was probably a good idea for white. Now at least the king is somewhat safe. And he can pretend to have some sort of attack. Not sure though how strong this attack is. Knight f5 is an excellent defensive move. And he insta-played bishop takes, bringing the bishop home in the defense here. Now threatening to take on h5. So let's say pawn g6 or something. Give black a couple of moves here, he'll have mended the position completely. Is there some reason why I don't take e5? Now, for instance, take e5, pawn takes, rook takes d1. Everything seems covered. So black actually has some tricks now. Threatening knight e7. Yeah, I think this is the best defense. Just give back your queen. Also, I think maybe he was threatening in this position to take on h2. Or maybe I'm just hallucinating. Okay, so Zimmer Olan is out of time, and black was winning on the board anyway. So Yasser is still in the lead. And PKNM is playing Sour Cherry Cake. Looks like white is up a queen and a piece. Totally, completely hopeless for black this position. White moving in for the kill, threatening queen f6. Yeah, you can simply take and play bishop f6 if you like. And this is nice as well. Take f5, take g7. Not sure why Sour Cherry Cake is playing on in this position. Because he's dead lost. Not much to think about here because everything is losing. Opening up possibilities here on g6. Also threatening bishop or pawn g7. And it's not even possible to threaten the queen here. So knight g7 is mate. Pretty finish by PKNM. So let's watch Yasser as black against Blitzer 88. And it looks like Yasser is under some pressure here. Or am I just hallucinating? White has given a piece for a pawn. But as you can see, black has some defensive resources. And after this, he's ready to retaliate. Maybe take on d6, give back a piece for 2 pawns. That's a very tricky move. Threatening pawn c7 when the black queen is trapped. Black has a very strong idea here, but he needs at least one more pawn. It's pawn h2, and then if the king goes to the corner, you have knight at g3. So this queen isn't really threatening the knight because of knight a2. I'm wondering if black could just take on e5 here. Yep. And pawn here, maybe you just keep on taking the white pieces, giving back some material, but the once so proud pawn center is now gone. That was a complete surprise for me. Because now black has knight at g3, which looks really dangerous. And most likely winning. e5 is hanging with check. And I would be tempted to take on g3. Yasser doesn't spend much time calculating things. He has a feeling that this is just winning for black. And I bet he's right. 4 pawns, they go here on g3. And one goes on f2 with check. Pawn f2. And now bishop e3. And it's mate in a couple of moves. Very nice finish there by Jastur Seirevan, who is in the lead when we're approaching halftime in this monthly Crazyhouse arena. Let's watch this. Die blaue Sau. Who is this? This is a theoretical line, which is supposed to be good, I think, for... But this looks super bad for white. I don't understand this. I thought black had him there. And white wins. He closed the exit, and knight c5, queen e7, or simply just queen e7 is coming. I'm curious what happened here in the opening. So this is supposed to be good for white, and Duvid knows his openings. But that is clearly not the best move. Bishop at b5, threatening queen e7 mate. So he must have mixed up the lines here, simply taking on queen. Knight f4 looks super strong. And this is a forced mate in 6 moves. And this is very instructive. Don't let this guy get stuck on the rim. Bring him back into play. Like this. And then you take here. This is a big, big difference. Now you can place both knights very actively. Like this. And it's mate on b2. Because in the game, these knights are just watching each other. It's still very good for black, but one little mistake, like the check here on g2, and white is back into the game. And that was just a big mistake. Black has a repetition here with knight f3. Okay. Who are playing? Team Legend. Let's watch Jastur again. So a little check that allows white to pick up f5 probably, protecting e3. Also knight at f6 is probably a threat, picking up d5. And isn't this just super bad for black? Pawn takes, bishop takes, take, queen takes. Bishop e3 or bishop f2 maybe. Because white can use the black queen as a tempo winner. Just put all the pieces on the board with tempo. Maybe some sort of desperado attack here then. But it's nothing, is it? Queen takes, king takes. And then something here. Well, this is just ridiculous. So, let's see. Was there something here? Probably not. But it was the last chance. I'm thinking... No, it's nothing. Okay. I don't think Yasser would have wet his pants there. Who is he playing? He's playing PKNM. Okay, white once again. And this is very... symmetrical, and small differences are in favor of white, I would say, who has a grip on e5, strong center control, and a semi-open c5. But maybe Yasser forgot about this trick. Pawn e4. And this certainly gave black some relief. Yasser quickly placing a pawn on g2 here, but that means that black has equalized, I think. So, how do you proceed here? Possibly knight f5. This is also interesting, attacking some pawns in the white camp. Notice that white is a bit behind now in development. Black has put all his pieces on the board. Or maybe simply e5. e5 takes. Pawn d3 incoming. Even here e5 is interesting. Just to quickly putting pieces on the board to get back into the game. And I think PKNM sensed that he had a chance there to grab the initiative, and he didn't quite find it. And when you let a chance go by, you are vulnerable psychologically. I don't know, maybe pawn g6, trade some knights, get a knight for f4. What if the queen takes now? What is the black idea? Is it pawn c2? Probably. Although bishop d3, great defense and also some counter threats. So now f4 is a great square for a black knight. You might even consider taking twice and then just leave the queen hanging there. Play knight f4 anyway. So black goes for the super solid approach instead. This just seems like it's on the wrong side of the board. I'm not sure what was the right move there, but maybe bishop f5 instead. Because I think maybe black lost his thread there. PKNM very low on time. Just they're giving back some material. He has to watch out here. Yeah, that bishop covers most of the threats, and now you can launch your own attack. Everything is covered by these bishops, so why not knight f7? Wow. You needed to protect f7. And that was a very interesting game, and in the end, black is actually better. So here, taking f3 was a more forcing approach. Black is doing great here. So this is where he decided to take g2, which is good. But what is the best move here? Rook at c3, okay. Because bishop c3, that was just on the wrong side of the board. Although black could have improved here. Black's still better here. Okay. Very interesting game. Anjo Nakamura has started playing. And it looks like he's making minced meat of Duvid. Threatening knight at f1 probably. So that took care of the knight at f1 problem, because now the queen was covering as well. But now we have new problems here on f2. Well, maybe knight at g3 and bishop e3 or something. There are just tremendous attacking possibilities here for black. And I don't see any reason why you shouldn't take this with the queen. A pawn here you can just take with the knight. And it's made in a few moves here. Pawn check and knight g3. You missed knight g3 mate. That's unfortunate. Well, you can always take on d4 when there's a knight f4 coming. And lots of pawns here and just queen them. Rook c1. And a mate in a couple of moves. So, this is one of my friends from my chess club. Talented chess player. Who is Yasser playing? No one. Who's David playing? PKNM. Igor Bugmate playing. Banana Joe. Let's have a look further down. Crazy 8 stop playing. Die blaue Sau. On the bottom right. Yeah, the problem is I can't see my whole window. Because I needed to fit in the broadcast. But we'll find some top game here. Let's watch PKNM versus Blitzer 88. And PKNM just gave a piece for 2 pawns. But look at this pressure from the bishops. For some reason I don't have any sound from my desktop, but oh well, who cares? Yeah, but I can't scroll the page so far down so I can see it actually. That's the problem. Because the board covers most of my screen. Well, white does look very safe here. So black needs to be very aggressive. And maybe found a way to crack the position open now. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, but I still can't see it. There's nothing at the bottom. I'm sorry. I think I need to maximize. No, not even then. Oh, maybe when I'm in the tournament lobby. You're probably right. So this looks, isn't this promising for? What about queen takes here? Isn't this good? Queen takes f4 and then knight h3. Looks very strong. Boom. So queen takes and then knight h3 check. And where do you go? King f1, rook g1 mate. If you go to the corner, there's a fork here. Unless you took with the queen, then you're already forked with a knight here. So queen takes f4 is probably still a great threat. And even here, probably queen takes. Is it still good? Because then you can take the queen on e4 and then check here. Looks like white survived. Take f4 now. Take f4. So if white wins this, he is a super Houdini. What an escape. White won. Okay. Let's see. There was a forced mate. Here, yeah. Queen takes f4. That's the kind of move you want to make. No, he should be bullet style instead. Then he would have won. But so Yasser seems to have withdrawn, which makes it possible here. So you're saying the top games are here? Yeah. Let's watch David versus PKNM. And PKNM is gutsy, he is berserked. This is one of his patented lines. Watch out for moves like Queen b4, check. What about pawn g4 and simply take on g2 now? Is that a problem? Oh, I don't like this move at all. Simply go home and you can be very satisfied with your position as white here. Black has shown his hand much too early. And this bishop lost sight of the white king side. So now you just play some chess here as white. So many strong moves you can make. c3, rook e1, bishop f1, queen e2. Just play chess and you have chess with an extra pocket pawn in hand. And black has absolutely nothing. So at the moment material is equal, but now white has the initiative. Maybe c4 just to open up lines and diagonals. Pawn d7. And then you just fork either on f7 or on g6 and get the rook in the corner. Actually, I think taking on d5 here was stronger. Threatening d8 queen and closing this exit. But who cares? White won anyway. So it looks like Duvid is the one who can challenge Yasser at the top here. Yasser playing sour cherry cake. Let's watch this. I'm a bit surprised he didn't take on g6 here. That would be the natural move for me. So instead he does it now. But I suppose he's well protected here. Rook covering g3. And I suppose bishop takes h7 is coming up. Wow, what a crowd. So this is a tricky move. You want to take the rook, g takes, and then place the pawn, the queen on g3, I think. Although then you have rook g2. So maybe you can allow this. Take on h7. Why not? Or maybe I'm too optimistic. Because you want the rook for the mate on h7. And now white wasted his rook in the defense, which gives black some extra possibilities. But I mean, it's not easy for black to find something here. You would need to get rid of this knight. Threatening mate here on g8. And the problem is, even if you protect it with rook f8, it's still coming. Because there's a smothered mate on f7. And I don't see a defense here. And neither did sour cherry cake. Hold my bear. David. Looks like an easy win for white after knight h7, or okay, check there first, take with check. And then some bishop on maybe g5. Just to keep the f6 square empty. Oh, never mind. Rook d8. So David just 4 points behind. This looks like an interesting position. Black has a ton of light pieces and great coordination. Threatening c6 and h7 here. But this protects c6. And maybe simply pawn f5 here. Oh, this is just crushing. Maybe pawn here. Eventually a knight check here on e2 will win the queen. Pawn here. King g1, a knight e2. Queen takes, bishop takes, threatening mate here on g2, and it's all over. Because of the pin. But black didn't see that. Although he's threatening to take on f3 and do the fork on h4 instead. Well, that didn't help white much. The Problem is that if you go in this direction, there's a knight fork here on d5. And you probably want to play pawn c3 also. You could just go to d8 if you like. Or maybe the corner is safer. An utterly hopeless position here for white. Probably queen g5, trade with check. And now there's a forced mate here. Nice win by PKNM, who is in pursuit at the top. And Jester has given up his queen. But this is interesting. The black counterattack is very dangerous here. Simply a pawn here or a knight. There's a square for the knight here also. This is super strong, this bishop. And there might even be something forced here, is there? Well, if there is, I don't quite see it. So this rook is supposed to be a bit aggressive and also hold the white position together. And what did black play here? Oh, come on, pawn h7. It's way too passive. At least play, I don't know, bishop g7 or something. That's just ridiculous. What a waste of a perfectly fine pawn. And now it's a mate threat in the corner. And if the king takes, you have knight h5. So this is over. Too bad. Black had a good position there, I think. And thinking now is too late. And not very nice. Oh, just take with the pawn. So you simply take on h8 and you play bishop g7. It's made a few more moves. But let's have a look there, because initially white was doing great, but somewhere here, yeah, black is fine here. But did he miss something here? Well, the threat is queen h8. So simply pawn e2. Pawn e2. What do you guys think? Is pawn e2 better than pawn h7? Yes. The answer is yes. They are equal here at the top. Yasser at 78 points, as is David, who's playing GD Howard 88. Let's watch this. So this is the idea. Just attack these white pawns. Interesting idea. And the question is, do you maybe take here and then grab the pawn on e4, or do you take somewhere in between? Okay, yeah, maybe shut out the rook from the action here on the king's side. And now if you take twice here, there's bishop b4 with some really nasty threats. And surely this is good for white. I mean, this pawn is hanging because of the pin. There's a knight check here. And beware of moves like rook d7 now. But can maybe white go on the attack here? Maybe bishop at c4, just to control b3 and also close the d file so there's no rook d7 check. Bishop at c4 first and then take e7 was my idea. Because this comes with check, which is very annoying. Imagine this position with a bishop at c4 and a pawn at d5. That would be an entirely different matter. Because now black is probably fine, or even more than fine. Threatening knight b3 check, I suppose, followed by queen c2 and a quick mate. But where is the threat now? Knight e7 looks good. Forcing the king out on the board. So now that black has the queen in the defense, he should be safe. Maybe knight f1, because I wanted this square for the bishop and pick up the knight. Would check. This is turning into an endgame. I wonder if white will get the chance to put his pieces on the board. If he does, he's winning this for sure. And doesn't d2 look quite safe here? Simply knight at e7. If you go to the corner, you have the knight fork here on g6. You're forced to go out on the board. And this should end quickly. Maybe knight d6. King e6, queen here, pick up the queen. There's nothing more than a few checks here for black. So now at least he can go down. But that was rook d8, pawn c7, queen d8. Oh well, a few more checks. And it should be over. Finally. So was there some interesting moment? Yeah, I mentioned here. I thought knight e7 at some point here. Yeah, knight e7 looks very strong, but this is fine also. So nice win there by white. Yasser is in the lead. And Die Blaue Sau has his king on h4. That is probably not the best square. That was a very strange opening. And a very natural queen sacrifice, which white didn't accept. Oh, this is just nuts. Black crushing there. Okay. So Saidavan 82. And let's have a look. Igor Bugmate versus Yasir Saidavan. Let's have a look at this. Kind of a slow start. Not a very interesting game. Black won. White was so scared he didn't dare move a piece. So the Blaue Sau gets another chance. So I wonder how a position like knight takes, pawn takes, knight e4 is. It could get a symmetrical center where with the white pawn on e5, a black pawn on e4. And then maybe the weak light squares here are more important. I don't know. Sometimes castling early is a weakness. Obviously white can't take here because then you would open the h5. Black might consider taking here. Pawn takes. Knight takes e5. In case of queen b5, you have bishop c6. And with a piece and a pawn, and I have a semi-open h5 here. This could be compensation for black. So I guess bishop d6. You need to start putting pieces on the board quickly. And I thought pointing in this direction would have been more aggressive, maybe. Not so easy for white to put his queen somewhere. Where do you put that extra queen to work? I don't know. Seems like black is doing fine here. So that's how you should do it probably. Go on the attack. Although, what if you simply castle here? And let go of the c pawn. Oh well. Just thought this was a bit passive. Oh, this is starting to look good for black now. This move hurt. Need to be a little careful here so you don't... Okay, the idea is to bring the queen home in the defense, but this is a strong position for that bishop. How is this material-wise? Well, it's okay for black, and the thing is that black's initiative is so strong here. And the only piece that white can put on the board is a knight, and that's a disaster with this weakness on g3. And black has some excellent moves to make here. Pawn f5. Why? Why did he do this? Why on earth did he allow this? I mean, he could have just taken on f7 with the king instead. Knight checks, you go to e7. This is dangerous. You have the queen here, you have the rook, you have a knight check on e5. This is very dangerous, and all of a sudden you're protecting g3 also. This was completely unnecessary. And probably rook takes, yeah. This is not what black was hoping for a few moves ago. Threats everywhere. Check here, double check here. So probably take here, take on d6. Did white just mess this up, or? Because it looks like black can escape now. Yeah, and so he noticed that. All of a sudden he's back in the game. The knight threatens the queen, covers f7. Only 12 seconds left here. Yasser, how good are your blitzing skills? I think they're not good enough. How was this? It's better for white, but not so easy to play. Look, just one little slip here and black is doing fine. And that rather desperate piece, sack, was bad due to what black found here. Knight c3. And it's probably better just to leave the queen there. Yeah, take on e5 instead. Okay. So go back. And here, yeah, pawn f5 is good. And simply take on f7. You know, take on f7. You have a knight for g3 now. But this, ooh. So good for white. Pawn d7 is the quickest mate. You pick up d6 with check. So what was the mate here? This is the correct move. No. Knight d6. You need to go in this direction. Okay, I don't quite see it. I had another suggestion here, and that was this move, but that's probably bad then. And then take on d6. But this is strong. So Yasser actually loses a game there. David, Yasser, and they are playing here. Let's see the opening. So this is a very provocative queen dance, but it provoked the white knights over to the queen side, which probably is good for black. So what on earth is happening here? This looks like a mighty bind. Very annoying move here by black. trying to lure the queen off the e5 so you can pick up e7 with check. And now simply knight h4 followed by knight at f3. Looks close to winning, I'd say. And that was not the best move by white. Not even the second best. So PKNM is on a roll, and is he playing? No, he paused. Just one more hour left of this. And let's follow, yes sir. He plays his patented bishop g5 move. So this is his idea, forming a pawn center, getting the c file and the e5 square, and maintaining this pin. So that's not really a pawn sacrifice because h2 will be hanging. But the bishop here is a bit dubious, I'd say. After bishop g3, where is this bishop going then? It's like in the middle of nowhere. So I think this gives white an easy game. Simply rook c1. Black has to be careful not to trade a pawn, because then the bishop could be trapped. So black brought in the cavalry just to on a little rescue mission here for the bishop, but now it's stuck here in enemy land again. And why not simply rook c1? That's a very mysterious idea. Okay, maybe you cannot take here. Take, because there are checks down here. Or is there? Well, Yesser just plays it coolly, taking advantage of the e5 square, giving back the piece, threatening pawn g6. And now this bishop is a sitting duck here. Pawn at f4 could be coming. And where is black going to place his king? Probably pawn at g4. Bishop g6, you take, and then you play knight e5 again. This is looking great for white. Threatening bishop at f7. Maybe the very ugly bishop at f7 is the best defensive move for black here. So threatening to take and then bring the next knight to e5. This is a nice little defensive move. Just putting a piece on a very natural square. And now there should be something here for white. Yeah. The next move is knight e5, I suppose. Or do you even take on g5? It's possible. And then knight e5. Yeah. Then you get the possibility to trade a bishop whenever you like. Not now, but whenever you like. Put more pressure here. And I wonder if you take twice, maybe. And rook f1. That's one possibility. So, what's happening here? Take. This is just bad. So probably bishop here. No, you didn't have a bishop. Never mind. Now we have a bishop and bishop d6. Tall Cabot is hanging in there. And that was actually the best defensive move, I think. He's putting up a fight. And now white has a few pawns he can start to promote. And that's probably the killer move, opening up for the rooks. Yeah, you can probably take on g7. Take g7. This is nothing because of queen h5. Pawn f6. And bishop here, and it's all over. It all comes with check. So, but I don't think he was doing that bad. If we look back a few moves here. This is actually a bit better for black. But you need to be brave here. Bishop at f4 or knight at f4. Also, maybe give up the queen immediately here. Pawn at f4. So black doesn't take the opportunities to counterattack here. Pawn at h4. Take e5. And now it's all over. Okay. At the top we have Yasser Seiravan with 90 points. PKNM second place 86 and David third place with 80. And who are playing at the top right now? This looks like an easy win here for PKNM. Yeah, he finds a nice little mate. And he's in the lead with 91 points. And the difference here is PKNM is berserking. And Yasser isn't berserking at all. So had Yasser been berserking a little bit, he would be in the lead for sure, because he's lost only one game and one draw. And why not look at this game? One clubmate and one another fellow countryman. So Ludwig Karlsson is the reigning Swedish junior chess champion. But he's a rookie at this. So PKNM obviously berserked. And even if it costs him a point here and there, in the end he will benefit from the berserking. So where is the knight going? You don't really want to go here because of takes and maybe takes, and bishop e3 I think looks dangerous. So instead he gave up, but just be careful so you don't allow something like bishop takes h7. The dream would be if white takes here and knight takes, then black is in perfect shape. Good to see so many of you watching. And don't forget to subscribe, maybe, so I can go get a hot dog after this. It's not like you're making a fortune when you're streaming. And I'm not streaming to make any money. I'm just streaming for fun. And also, when I stream, I don't have to play myself. I enjoy playing, but only for fun. The days when I took this seriously are very much over. Now probably take f1. If you take the queen, you can take g2. And now you don't even have to take this knight. You can go maybe pawn e4. And maybe even that, because you have a knight fork here. Maybe pawn f2 just to keep the checks going. Pick up the queen with check. Going into the corner would be a bad idea because of bishop g2 mate. And simply rook e1 mate. Okay. Nice win there by PKNM, who had actually lost a lot of games against Ludwig before, but I think they were playing chess then. So PKNM in the lead. And Yasser is playing Gotchi. And Yasser has sacrificed his queen. I recognize this. Yasser played this before. Maybe Gotchi has something up his sleeve here. So giving the queen for 2 pieces. And that's quite normal. Threatening stuff with the queen in hand. And we have a very exciting position here. White wants to get rid of this bishop so he can take on c3. So maybe bishop goes here. White can take on b5. So where does the white queen go after knight f4? Knight f4? And where does the queen go? Surely knight f4 was better than this, because now the queen can escape. Although pawn b7... So maybe pawn c6 here. First, I thought that was an interesting idea. The idea now is knight takes, bishop takes, and if the king takes, you have knight d5, so you probably leave this bishop alone. Black is not so well coordinated here. So this covers important squares. Very interesting play here by white. So maybe the idea is pawn d3, pawn takes, bishop takes, because if the queen takes, then you have queen e1 mate. So I would probably go pawn d3 here. Threatening rook d8. Also getting rid of a very important defender here. So now knight d6 is possible. But the knights are defending here. So you can go into the corner. Just feels like white has something here. I don't think this was the right way to go. It definitely has something on the clock. Well, here he could go bishop c5, knight takes, rook takes, and if black takes the queen, you have knight d7 followed by knight e7 mate. At least a perpetual here, but surely he will go for more. No, that's take something. Go for the win. Yeah, of course. Interesting game. And here black is better. Much better. He should have taken e2. Like this. And knight c3. Very strong. So d5 was a good move there. And I was thinking this move instead. Okay, apparently d5 is strong then. White just kept on coming here. And this is where I thought maybe I had a little idea here just to trick him in the... No, this wasn't the position. Here. I was thinking bishop c5. like this. And if he takes the queen, ta-da, you have mate here. Never mind. Let's get back to the tournament. We have half an hour left, and PKNM is in the lead. And he is playing at the moment PKR 50-25. And he's in trouble. Or so it would seem. You need to take this with a queen. But maybe this is it good? Take with a queen. Takes. And if you take here, you have knight h6, do you? Maybe. Take here, knight h6. Pawn f7. Rook e8. But this isn't winning. Take, take, take. And then the checks are... He's out of checks. So black goes on to win this. Surely there was something there. It's just impossible to defend against all the threats here. Threatening to take on h6 with check. I wonder if knight at g3 is a move. The idea is to shield g2 so you can take here with check, so white needs to take. Because now white got a pawn in hand. Also g2 is covered. Maybe not so clear. Because you don't want to attack this with a knight, because then white can just leave it. Take here, let black take on g2, and he's 2 moves away from starting an attack again. And now he's just wasting pawns, isn't he? But this looks dangerous. Rook here. Rook takes. Knight check. Yeah, this is winning. But will he make it in time? Yes, he will! Oh, the last second there. That was so unnecessary. It was winning. White is crushing here, but being greedy instead of taking on e6 and crushing. So is there a winning sequence here? Oh, you had to take. Take on f7. Wow. Because here's a winning move. Queen and d8. Yeah, that's winning. Nice one. And the funny thing is, black blundered here. And this is really cute. There's a forced mate here. Queen d8. No. Yes. Like this. Haha. And instead, if you put something on e8, let's say, I don't know, whatever. Check and queen f6 mate. Okay, that was really pretty. But here, black is winning. But taking on g2 was not the best move. Queen f4 is a very strong move indeed. If white takes on f4, you can take with check on g2. And f3 was just sloppy. Why not place the pawn on f3 instead? Because now it's all forced. And who is winning this tournament? It's PKNM. In second place we have Yasser Seyarwan, who's playing Spicy Knuckles. And this looks interesting. Black has the initiative, at least temporarily. But give white a few moves, he will mend his position, and so black pushing forward here. I wonder if he should have done the other way around. Take with the bishop instead. This is actually looking very dangerous for white. Because black can take here on d3. Probably with the queen. And now, pawn here, knight check. It's all over. Pawn g2. No. You cannot afford to miss chances like pawn at g2. King takes, knight check here on e3. And now white can trade queens. And there's a mating threat on h7. And you have bishop h7, pawn here, knight here, mate also. Forced mate. But look at this opportunity that black missed. Whoops, pawn at g2. This is just crushing. So, will Yasser Sevan give PKNM a run for the money? Oh, PKNM is playing some low-rated guy. And Mugwort is playing as well. G.D. Howard. Let's watch G.D. Howard. So, I definitely prefer white here. With the pressure here along the long diagonal. Question is what you do. Do you try to trade a pawn here? Because you would like to have some pawns here for the attack. Maybe white is threatening pawn at g6 here. Even taking here on f7 is tempting. And if there was something with this idea, pawn at g5, he should definitely be taking f7 now. Otherwise, pawn at g5 was just a waste of time. Because if you go back, you have the same position as before, but it's black to move. So it was a waste of time. And now black is closing the long diagonal here. And black can simply protect the pawn here. You need to do something like pawn e5, then maybe take there and play bishop here somewhere. Maybe take and bishop b4 and you have pawn e7. That's a nice idea, maybe. Although bishop e7. Then maybe pawn e5. Well, let's... So maybe pawn e5 first then. Although then you don't have a pawn for e7. I'm amazed at how many of you are watching. It's nice to see. So G.D. Howard read my mind. And now actually pawn e7 is a nasty threat. So maybe take and bishop d4. Threatening stuff. Maintaining the pressure here on the long diagonal. Ooh. This is starting to look very bad for black, and obviously he cannot afford trading queens here because he would just get crushed by rook g7, for instance. On the other hand, what are you supposed to do if you can't trade queens? So maybe just take the rook. It does look promising. Not sure what White is up to. I have a feeling he panicked a bit there. He was doing so fine. There was no need to sacrifice anything. Sometimes it's better to just take it easy and let your extra material do all the work for you. Although now something at f6 is probably a huge threat. I have a bad feeling for this for White, even though he's probably still doing okay. He's not finding the best moves. Yeah, you played some really exciting games there, PKR. And now Black has everything under control again. So I bet Yasser will flag White in this position. So pawn at g5 or bishop at g5. Now you just pick up the queen. Threatening mate here. And that's just nothing. Just a few revenge checks. Too many moves to checkmate with. And obviously white was winning there. Doing great. Doing great. Yeah, just pick up f8. No need to give a piece here. Just pick up f8. Giving away material for no apparent reason. And all of a sudden black is back in the game. Although here knight takes h6 looks super strong. Okay. Less than 10 minutes to go. PKNM is sitting and waiting to see if Yasser can catch up. Let's see what he does against David. Interesting opening here. David choosing a dog square strategy and actually gaining some space in the center. And Yasser quickly attacks the white pawn center. And wins a pawn. And a rather important one. And this just looks ridiculous to me. What if you take here, take? Wasn't it unnecessary to give this? On the other hand, if you take with the knight here, and this is the same kind of mate we saw before. If black takes here, you have check, check, knight, and another die again, it's mate. So this actually wins a piece. So this is a forced mate now. Déjà vu. Seven minutes to go, and maybe we'll see PKNM start one more game. He's probably waiting to see who Yasser is going to play. What is White's king doing on h4? Let's find out. is it going? Why is it going in that direction? That's just counterintuitive. You want to go back to base. Maybe this is good for white. Just felt like a very stupid thing to do. So, threatening mate. But maybe f6 is... You need to go here. But then what? I wanted to play f6 when it was still check on g5. The king seems surprisingly safe on h3. And it's heading back home. And he just refuses, but it's mate on e3 almost. What's this? Bishop e3, king takes, pawn d6, king, no, and then it goes here. This is so strange. He just has this death wish. Spicy knuckles. Can you take here? No. You still have bishop e3. Because this is definitely mate. Pawn here, bishop here, it's mate. What about king here? Pawn g4, takes, takes, double check. King takes. So, do you take on f4? What do you do? Isn't white safe now? Hi there, Ska 234. Knight check here looks like. Good night, queen, queen. Let's have a look at this. I think both players were a bit tired, maybe. King E1 is winning, and this is just silly. So here, yeah, f6. You want to play f6 so you can take the bishop with check, rather than driving the king away early. This is still a very exciting position. How can this be -7 and this is plus 2.6? I don't understand it. So here we have a forced mate. Knight g6. Bishop f6. Looks strong. And knight g3. How is this mate? Aha. King h4, pawn g5, bishop here. So this is forced. Obviously. But this is also mate. Still mate, still mate. And here you need to take on f4 with a rook. Because after this, it's just good night. But this is still good for black. And you can see how little material it takes to... Oh, it's equal. Okay. Drawish position. And we missed what happened in the last round, but we were following a very exciting game. PKNM, congratulations to you. Grattis. You won. And also congratulations to Yasser Seiravan, who played a very strong tournament. And Duvid in third. Also a great tournament. Thank you everybody for watching. 4 hours went by really quickly. I hope to see you again sometime soon. Stand by. I'll see if I can. If I can find someone to raid. No one to raid. Don't forget to follow me, and hope to see you again sometime soon. Take care. Bye bye.